Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to some more Enshrouded. It is 6:30 p.m. here in the land of Sweden. And I thought I would hop on and do some more editing to the lake for the community server. Hey Shaw, thanks for coming in and lurking. Appreciate it. So today we are going to do a couple things. We're going to keep on working on trying to add the texture to the bottom of the lake here. And you can see we did that over here. Somewhat. But I realized it's a lot of hassle to do this immediately. So I'm going through and adding limestone first, and then I'm going to go back and add different sections, I think, rather than it being patchy. I don't quite know. Well, we're just going to do limestone first, and then figure it out from there. When I was off stream, I added... Hey Erwin, welcome in. I think Erin's actually... Yeah, Erin's in the server doing her thing. No worries. I know you're doing other things, so... Yeah, so yesterday when I was off stream, I came in here and added this road because this whole lake area, the lake district, is going to be potentially for a fishing village kind of type situation. And so this is the road that was existing right here. And I added this road in over here so people have access to be able to build and do stuff around here, different things. Also left the road ending right here so people could choose to build like a bridge over this way, and also they could build a bridge over this way if they wanted. And then I think maybe everyone had suggested previously that it might be cool to have like stones going over to this island. So if I do that, then I'm gonna have to have like columns coming up, because you can't place stones. These stones that are right here can't really place, but it could make some columns and like have a little stone path over this way. A stone path over this way maybe? Don't know. We'll see. No bridges. Also making dinner. Yeah, I have a funny story about that too. The bridges are going to be over here in this section of the fishing village. Would be my thought. If somebody wants to build a little bridge over this part of the water and this part of the water, but not out to the main island. Because then they can create more like fishing village dock kind of situation is more what I'm thinking. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it all works. But I'm pretty sure fishing is going to be part of the game, so... Speaking of food, you're making food. I'm wondering what you're eating tonight. I, in my brilliance, went to make food for myself and my daughter tonight. And I started the pasta. I was making like pasta, just simple pasta with pesto. And then I was going to have a sausage on the side. And I put the sausage in the oven and set a timer and started the pasta, set a timer for that. Everything was done. Went to take the sausage out of the oven and I forgot to turn the oven on. So yeah, that was a brilliant mistake. So I just got done eating the pasta and now I have a sausage all cut up next to me that I will try to eat on stream without making too much of a noise. And the other kind of crappy thing about today is that I think I am picking up something of my daughter's sickness, because when I woke up today, my throat was not happy. So it's not sore. It's not like I sound fine right now, but I can just tell that there's something going on in my throat that is not normal. So I'm hoping it just goes away and I ignore it and nothing becomes of it. But I think tonight is going to be the determining factor. If I wake up tonight or tomorrow and like I'm sick, then I kind of saw it coming. I hope it just goes away on its own with no intervention on my part. Yeah. So if you hear me coughing, or you won't hear me coughing, if you hear me not talking for a long time, it's probably because I muted the mic and forgot to unmute myself. So just scream at me that I haven't talked in a while. The other fancy dancy thing that's happening is today I've been spending most of the day, well, most of the day was spent on shuttle service to and from school for my daughter. But apart from that, I've been trying to actually create a Discord server. So I have done that. And there is a link pinned. And the other Discord server that you may or may not have been a part of is now deleted. So hopefully the Discord server works and I set things up as they should be. I have no idea, because I watched about 1,000 YouTube videos to try and help me piece it together. So if it's not right, please forgive me. I will try to make it better, but I think it's pretty good. I don't know though. Like there's like so many different settings and so many things in there that it's just hard to know. Yeah, look at that. I think I pinned that. Yeah, it is pinned. It's pinned. And I changed the link so it says that it's a permanent link that never goes away. So hopefully the link will work forever. I know I've heard people having problems with that, so we'll see. Yeah, I figured that. But I hope for the next week or so, I don't have to keep creating a new link. Are you still stuck? My, yeah. I do try to speak English occasionally. I don't. For some reason, other stuff comes out of my mouth. Apologize for that. You have so many badges because you're a VIP and first. Are you actually still subbed on the channel, Heroin? if you are, can you let me know if the Twitch sub sections show up for you? Because that was another thing I tried to set up. Is a special area for all the subby subs. And if you're not a sub, you should really consider subbing to this channel, because I heard that the person who streams here is like really a cool person. And I know you said that before. I'm just messing around. I am just messing around. I never started streaming to try and be a streamer. I just started streaming to have fun. So now that people can actually sub though, I feel like I am somewhat required to give people a little bit extra for doing that. And so I tried to make the emotes, I'm trying to make the Discord have a little special area. Oh, I wonder, we should go and take a look and see what Erwin's been up to. I know she is doing the other really ambitious, very ambitious part of trying to get the server prepped, which is creating the rivers and canal, or rivers and streams. And that's what these blue dots are. That's what these blue dots are. Different things indicating where water might be added. So she's in the process of trenching out the entire space that's gonna be, which is pretty insane. Because I just created a big hole, and the hole is the hole, but she has to actually think about the physics of like how water will flow, water levels, where, like all that kind of stuff, which is way more complex than what I'm doing. She's definitely the right person for the job. Oh. She also is adding, like you can see here, she's like way more better. This is, see all this texture down here? The different colored rocks and stuff? That's what I have to do to the lake bed. I have to make it more interesting instead of just all one color. This is cool though. I really like what you did with all these flowers, and see you saved one of the rocks. Oh, you've been doing storage stuff? Yeah, I haven't seen this though. I haven't really taken the time to come over and look after you did all this planting. It's really nice. How is the storage going? I hope you're not pulling your hair out with the storage. For those of you who maybe haven't been in this server before, this is a community server that Erwin has set up on her own private computer. It is called Windmire Kingdom, and it is going to open sometime in October when the water update hits for Enshrouded. There'll be about a week or two delay so we can get all the questing done on this server to unlock any new materials or items. And then once that happens, there's a group of builders that have been whitelisted to come into the server, and we're all going to have some building fun. This is the town hall, which we set as a kind of statement slash themed piece to let people know kind of to keep to this building style, we're doing a medieval build. And so the entire area down here, I am currently standing right here. This entire area down in this gray is going to be village. And then up the mountain is going to be castle. So there's going to be a huge castle up there. Massive, massive castle. The biggest castle you've ever seen. And then everybody can pick and choose what they're wanting to build. We have all the NPCs that are in here that need homes. So all these NPCs that are around here are going to need homes and people to build places for them. And so that'll all take place out here. There is a couple things that have been added out here that are really temporary. Like some of the NPCs have been moved out because we know, for example, that this little cave is going to be attached to this hunter. Hey Steve, welcome in. Thanks for the lurk, I appreciate it. I assume you're watching Deadly. I have him on a second screen right now. Playing baby steps. Anyway, this NPC and that NPC over there, we have already know where their builds are going to take place, so we have placed them out there so people get used to coming to that area for when they need to craft something or grab materials, because all materials that Aaron is working on right now, not all of them, but a good chunk of stuff is going to be moved out to the NPC specific items, specific locations.
Hi.
But here's the craziness that we have for all the materials and building items down here. There's boxes of this will all be filled full of stuff, and then down here it's even more boxes filled with stuffs. Of course I go to an empty one. But yeah, the idea is that when the server opens, everything will be stocked and ready to go, and oops, the builders that come in, they can focus on building instead of focusing on trying to gather different items. So yeah, very, very, very ambitious little setup we're doing here. We're still trying to get everything prepped and time is running out. Chappy Sean. Yeah, no problem. I was glad to give anybody a tour. Thanks for the sub on the YouTube. I appreciate that. I know it's means that you just basically followed on YouTube, but it's so weird that different platforms have different meanings for the same words. Yeah, though, all my Twitch VODs will get posted over there, and then when everything's done, we're definitely gonna have a final tour video. I think, Chevy, I know I have seen you in Vicious's stream several times. Do you also play Enshrouded? I think I asked you that last time, but there may be a clue in my name, but I sometimes forget things. So I apologize for that. I do apologize. Oh, now there's an ad break. Bloody ads. Okay. Back to more limestone placements. But yeah, you can see that this texture is quite boring compared to all the different textures she has on the riverbeds over there. So I started doing that a little here, but it was really quick and I didn't add enough variation, so I'm doing that at the end. One interesting thing, because people here have been chatting about what may or may not happen when the water hits into the game. And one of the things that was brought up what? I'm so sorry. Erwin, I am so sorry. Your previous message was something that I now... Hold on. I'll figure it out. Oh. Oh, about the furniture. Come inside and see what I think. Cade now has the bigger furniture and Braylon has the outdoor stuff and windows. Okay, I am on my way. I apologize. I definitely got sidetracked there. When Steve came in, I think is when that happened. Big brother Steve is friend? I don't know. A person I know from another streamer's stream. He's also a streamer himself and mostly streams FPS games, I think.
Hi.
Welcome.
Okay, what am I looking at? And the one for the tailor. Oh, so you made the boxes?
Hi.
This is... Oh, so this guy's... He's our gravedigger? Oh wow, look at all these boxes. This is crazy. Oh, so they're gonna have all the doors and windows. I see. That's what you just said. You said that in chat. Now I'm piecing it together. That makes sense. Okay. And you don't have anything. You have... Is she really just gonna have screens only? I feel bad for her. She gets nothing. Oh, and Cade gets a whole bunch. He gets all the lighting? Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, there was just extras. Okay. All those furnitures. So yeah, the idea, chat, is that we've kind of divided up some of the NPCs to have not necessarily the items that they craft themselves, but like a logical solution to where people should go if they want those items. So we'll try and keep items stocked. Okay, and we'll also look at the metal worker. No, he's just got the stuff. He's got all the extra stuff, not the ores. And he's got fences. Cool. Awesome job. Oh, and the weaver. The weaver. I know you mentioned the weaver. What more did you add to the weaver?
Hello.
That all looks familiar. This looks the same to me. What, did you add something here? Or did you just put it back where it was? Oh, this is our pretend weaver. I believe that she's a weaver. I trust you to weave. Bone Snack asks, what are all the hearts above the gear? In here? These items? These are crafting items, and as the game progresses, you get more and more advanced items. So it's kind of like a tier system. The higher level it is, that's what those items kind of stand for. This is like lower level.
Hey.
And yeah, so that's what they are. Blue ones are crafted items, yellow or no. It's like no, ignore that. That was wrong. Blue, purple, yellow. It's just like the standard tiered system for leveled gear. And the crafting part of stuff, it actually doesn't really matter. I think it just kind of unlocks as you progress the game. Welcome in, Bone Snack, though. Are you familiar with Enshrouded? Do you play yourself? You have stumbled into a building server prep right now. So we're trying to get this. I don't have those markers on my screen. What? Only 100 hours so far? Level 25? Awesome. Are you enjoying the game? Do you enjoy the crafting? Or the questing, I mean? Or have you been sucked into the building already? You haven't seen the little diamond icons? Game's 10 of 10, the best. Yeah, we agree. We agree. We definitely agree. Weird. You guys don't have... It might be a setting that I have on. It might just be the standard setting. But you don't have these? Oh. Accessibility option for color blindness. There you go. See, look at chat helping us out. I don't know. I don't think I've done anything special. They just were there. So I just thought that was how it was for everybody. What you walked into, this server is being prepped for the upcoming water update. And right now we are in the process of trying to add some rivers and canals where water is going to flow and waterfall. And over there I'm working on a lake. And so the blue blocks, when they're placed as she has done them here, that's actually the water level. So she's making sure that it actually would flow physics wise. Everyone's been working on that. And then some of it is just indications of where we are going to be adding water. So that's not actual setup yet. And over here, what I've been working on is, Steve, do you like the new emotes? I drew them myself. So over here, we're making a lake, and yeah, I'm in the process of adding this limestone and other colored texture, so it gets rid of the stone texture. Then the islands, which will remain stone, you'll actually be able to see them as islands, like just looking. And the bottom, I put rich soil, so it looks like it's decayed matter that's down at the bottom. Would you say this is your ideal spot for building? For this server, we went around and looked at a bunch of different places, and this is what we thought would be a good spot for us. But I know many other builders that have builds and are doing plans to incorporate water in many different ways than what we're doing. This is, I think, like us creating a whole lake is kind of, most people wouldn't do that, you know? So I don't know. Maybe a lot of people will. Maybe a lot of people will just dig out the land and be like, okay, I'm filling this with water. One of the things I was about to say, though, back a little while ago is one discussion we've been having is it seems like people have said that when water is added, you have a limited amount of time underwater. And you need to get to like air pockets in order to stay alive. So right now, one of the biggest problems for the building community in this game is falling to your death, and now we get to add drowning to your death as the next major hurdle we all get to live with. Because if we want to build underwater, we're gonna, I think it's like 90 seconds that you can be down there. So yeah, that'll be definitely really be interesting. So that's why I'm trying to get a lot of this lake done beforehand, because we could obviously do this when, you know, the update hits, but I'm trying to do all this beforehand, so then when we add the water, I don't have to go back and like try and do everything underwater. So I'm in the middle of working on this. I can quickly show you also when the little area we created over here for the builders, when they come into the server, there's a showcase area now. So all the blocks are displayed. It's becoming nighttime. Let me go sleep real quick. Oh. Yeah, freezing to your death is definitely one of the things, but I don't build much up in the mountain area, so, and once you unlock upgrade the flame altars to a certain level, then you don't freeze in your build areas, so you have that to look forward to as you continue to progress the game. But what I was saying is, in this area here, we have displayed the different building materials, so people can come and look and see how they actually perform in game, instead of just seeing them as a very basic description in the box. So all the building materials are currently in the game are shown, and then where these blue dots are, that's where we have spots for new materials that come with the update. And there's actually more spots. Yeah, this area here does not. This is just right at the starting area. These all tie together though. We meticulously planned it out. So we've actually moved the altars because we realized there was a slight gap in the middle that wasn't buildable, so we had to move them slightly. But yeah, they're basically on the very maximum distance. That's why we have this square here. They're like about as far apart as you can get with them just overlapping enough where all the build areas connect. So for example, like I don't have any, I'm gonna delete these. Now I don't have any blocks in my backpack, and if I go to build, it shows I am missing materials. I should craft them at a crafting station. Yeah, it's sometime in October. We don't know whether it's the 1st or the 31st. But all these materials, if you just click once and add one, you all of a sudden have access to the magic chests. And yeah, there's 65,000 blocks, but I only have one block in my backpack. So it's a pretty handy system, the way that we have it all connected here. This one isn't connected, but the idea is for people to look there, not to build there. So we didn't want like people to start building over there really. No, there's no chests in this region at all. The chests are all over in this other altar, which is in this house over here. And we can access them between all 5 of the altars that are over here. These are all connected. So as long as the yellow line, I'll go show you where that is real quick. If you have your build hammer in your, you know, hotbar, it'll show you. Well, actually, the pick, a lot of things show you the yellow bar, but if you're on a weapon or something, it doesn't show it. But as long as the yellow is connecting, you can see we were off by just a little between the 2 altars. As long as all of that is connected and there's no gaps, then the chests all share the same. You don't have to create chests everywhere, which is really convenient for what we're doing. Very, very convenient. This town hall, we have started adding things to it. Added a mayor's office and like desks for workers who are working on city planning and city approvals. Check the amount of ground materials before I start so you don't empty a chest again. What? I didn't empty a chest. Oh. What chest did you think I emptied? Because it might have been the limestone. That's the only one that I can think that I used. I didn't use rubble. You said we were missing rubble and I never used rubble.
Hello.
Was it ground material? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Hey.
This is what she's talking about over here. There's a bunch of materials. And one of the chests was missing something, supposedly. Because these I pulled out of the main box over by the front. Yeah, no, they definitely work across multiple build altars as long as they're all connected. So Aaron, you're saying one of these was missing? You had it turned this way and then it was empty? Is that what you're saying? No, never mind. I'm sorry. Do you mean the ones up at the front? By the resource? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. I'm failing. Okay. Let me know if I can help. I'm willing to help. Yep, so I'm working on this, and then when I get bored with this, which I hope doesn't happen, but if it does happen, then we might go swing over to my personal world and do a little building there. More decorating than building, because I don't really have something to build right now. Sorry. I was busy. have to cough. Muted. Yeah, when I cough, I can, like... I can just tell that there's some sickness in my throat. I am gonna test that. I'm gonna add a bunch of plants in here, and I actually left in here I left this as brass, which will be underwater, to see what happens to that, if it goes away or if it stays. I also added ice over here somewhere. I added ice over here to see what happens with that. See if it stays being ice. So I'm gonna do some testing and see what happens. It might be that when the water hits the plants, that only certain plants can live underwater and they just die. We don't know though. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So, curious how long it's gonna take to fill up. I was wondering that too. And the other thing that we know that there's two kind of major sources of the water. One is a water source that you place. Hold on one sec. One's a water source that you place the source. Like say we placed a water source up here. Then it would keep adding water until it filled up to the source. And if you didn't want it to flood an entire area, if you just wanted a river like we're doing over there, then at the other end you need to have a drain. I think is these terms are very fluid and unknown, but that's my understanding, is that you need a source and a drain if you don't want things to actual flood. But things will only flood up to the height of where your source is. So in this situation, we can probably add multiple sources around the lake and then just let it fill in up to the top. But before we do that, we're gonna test that in not this world. We're just gonna like dig out a smaller hole and just test and actually see how the water performs, so we don't all of a sudden flood the whole landscape here. Yeah, it's an infinite water source. And then the other thing is that I think there's also buckets that you can get that are like a limited water source that you can use to fill in like small pools or things like that. So that one is what I'm curious about, is like how many buckets it will take to fill certain items. Or if... yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate more. I have no idea. Lakes shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's the rivers, that's what's going to be interesting to test out. Yeah, I know. One thing I was thinking about is we could actually defy physics or logic with what you're doing over by the... a sec. I want to get over there. We don't know about boats and ships. None that I know of, but I imagine there'll be some kind of something. So this over here, you know how it's been getting lower and lower? And it might look a little weird. You could actually do it where this is a source over here that drains down to like here, and there's a drain here, and then there's another source on the other side that also drains, and they both keep it from flooding at this point. Then you could have this be higher if you wanted, but that might be too complex because we don't know if that'll actually work or not. But it was an idea that I had when I was thinking about how the water might work in the game. These waterfalls, I think the waterfalls will be fine. What I am wondering about is how the waterfalls will actually work. Like if it will actually drop all the way down to the bottom, or if it will only drop a certain number of blocks before the water runs out, quote unquote runs out. Yeah, no, we're definitely testing not here, but somewhere else. Definitely. I mean, unless you make backups of the server, you could just reset it if it all goes to shit, you know? Like exactly. Exactly. Yeah, so exciting times coming ahead. And I was just looking at my Enshrouded game files in my Steam account and realized that I'm at, I think before I started the stream today, I'm at 991 hours. So I'm almost at 1,000 hours in this game, which is, I think, is a lot. And then other builders have way more. So be right back. See, you didn't even need to type that because I didn't even read either of them until you were already back. So you do a backup every day for yours? Do you have a server that you're playing with, like with friends? Are you like doing like a build together with other people? Are you by yourself? I mostly have built everything by myself, and it wasn't until I came across Aaron streaming Enshrouded that I and then was lucky enough to be invited in here. So yeah, most of my stuff has just been by myself. 1,171 hours. That's a lot of hours. In the Enshrouded Discord, there was an image where somebody posted their 2,000 hour anniversary, which that is just insane. It's insanity. But I guess if I keep building and building, I'll get there eventually. You have a dedicated server? Oh, that's awesome. That is really fun. Really fun. So are you all just questing at the moment? Trying to get through like the main story and quests? Or do you have like a group build together? Do you have individual builds around the world? How are you handling that? Have you taken over like some of the locations? When I first started questing, I just took over a bunch of the pre-built areas and made those my bases because they had high comfort levels. And yeah, then once I was done with all my questing, I got sucked into building and never stopped. Casual questing. Yep. Yeah, when I first was playing, going through the quest or the quest line, I think I don't know. You have limited like materials, and like my mindset was on doing the quests, so I wasn't really thinking too much about building. I just was taking notes of like different locations around the map and things like that. This is, I believe it's limestone. Yeah, I only have limestone, sand, and shrouded soil. The roadblock for the path that I made, and dirt. Hey, Hermit. Welcome in. I'm so confused. Hermit, I am really confused now, because I gave you a VIP in this channel. And then when I streamed yesterday, I completely forgot that you were streaming also, and I completely forgot to turn on your stream and say hello and chat at least and throw up a lurk. And so then I went and I sent you a message kind of saying sorry, just because you only stream a few times during the week and you're one of my new favorite people to watch, so I really enjoy watching your streams. I should actually pretend to be a streamer here for a second. But then I gave I gave a VIP, and then I gave it to the wrong person, I think. So I don't know. You should have a VIP in the channel because you were one of the first people in here that was, and you also really love my emotes, so that's positive. And then that's Erwin's information. Anybody who enjoys building streams, she streams Minecraft and Enshrouded and is heavily involved in this Enshrouded build right now, but does have Minecraft Fridays. I think Hermit is 3 R's and 2 T's and a 7, maybe. It won't let me shout out because it's not, you're not in chat because you're on your mobile, so I apologize for that. But everybody, Hermit is an awesome streamer. You should go check her out. Search for her by name. She has a very casual stream. Uh-oh, I am getting yelled at. Maybe limestone. I don't. Well, am I pulling limestone from the chest? Is that what's happening? Why doesn't it use the limestone I have here? You were playing that herding game that looks so cute. Oh man, I'm so sad that I missed that stream. I am so sad. So why is there something I can do when I have stuff in my inventory? Why does it always pull from the chest? Why doesn't it use my inventory first? Is that something we can changes like a server setting. I missed a message by somebody. I apologize. Saw somebody come in and say something, and I only have one monitor, so everything gets lost. Big Daddy Slade. That's who I saw. Hey, hope I'm doing well. I am doing well, kind of. I think I might be getting my a little bit of the sickness that my daughter had, but I'm hopeful that I actually don't get it. When I'm in build mode, oh, I see that. So I can do control. Thank you, Chappie. Look at that. Control, right click, and now I'm not using the magic chests. See, you learned something new. Chat is the MVP today. Chat is the MVP. Hope that you didn't get me sick. No, my daughter's been sick for 2 weeks with basically pneumonia. The doctors were like, well, you don't quite have pneumonia, but you have pneumonia. We're giving you antibiotics for pneumonia, but... And now she is like super drained all the time and still coughing occasionally. So the little bugger is getting better though. But now I might be getting sick, which I hope not. Down here I also added in some of these caves some little glowing stuff. You can see it down here. So we'll see how that, I'm assuming that'll just stay here when the water update hits, but we'll see. We'll see how all this stuff works or doesn't work. Yeah, that's what she said. Sorry. This is a lake. I am working on a lake. It does look huge. And we're trying to get this server prepped for the water update that's coming. And so I'm working on creating a lake bed that we can then fill with water. And it'll have multiple islands. Thanks for the lurk, Hermit. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I will make sure to check in with your stream tomorrow. For sure. 100%. Yeah, so I'm working on this lake and I'm trying to retexture the bottom because it is all stone and it looks kind of bland. And there was a bunch of this flintstone. I keep wanting to call it shale because I think it looks like shale. But when it's on the stone, you can see it kind of just blends in. But when you add limestone around it, then it really pops. So it's helping to showcase some of the things that are on the... Oh wow. Some of the things that are on the bottom of the lake. Yep, for sure. For sure. For sure. Thanks again, Hermie. So yeah, we're doing a lot of prep, and Erwin may or may not be on the server. No, she left. She was working on fly up to this one. I think she's off shopping at the depot. Maybe. Maybe not. You can see she's working on actual stream beds, getting them prepped. And she has one that's more done over here, where it actually is really nice looking with like vegetation and different textures and everything. So yep, trying to get everything prepped for the big water update. I have a bad feeling if it actually comes October 1st. I don't think it would, but I don't think we're going to be ready by October 1st. I mean, nothing has to actually be done in order for us to start building, but we kind of want it done. So yeah, I'm in the process of adding a limestone to this everywhere, and then once I add the limestone, I'm going to go back and add a bunch of different materials to add some kind of variation and texture to it, like she has done in the stream beds. So that's what I'm working on right now. When I started the stream, I mentioned that I had messed up my dinner and put something in the oven, and then also was cooking pasta on the stovetop and set a timer for each one. And then when the timers went off, I realized that I did not turn the oven on, so my food was not even cooked in the oven. And now I have it cooked, but it's still sitting next to me because I have forgotten to eat it. Hold on one sec, guys. My daughter's here, needs to chat. I'll answer you in just a sec, Big Daddy. Okay, sorry about the delay. My daughter came down and told me when I need to bring her to school tomorrow, and then with her came 2 cats. So now there's 2 cats sitting very close to me. Just fun. Big Daddy, there is what I have heard, there's a streamer and a YouTube creator called Chip, I think is his name. I don't know his actual full name, but I think Chip is what he goes by. And he had a 1 hour long YouTube video where he had like a discussion with a different German question mark content creator who had been given access to the new game and had footage that he was able to share. And so the only part of that 1 hour long thing that I watched was them talking about the actual water physics in the game. And from what they said, there's gonna be a water source that you can place. Like say where this stone is right now, you could place a water source there. Then water will fill up to the source. And if you don't want it to keep filling, if you want it to just like flow like a river does, then there's another piece that's like a drain. So you can put a drain on the other end. So you have the source leading down to a drain, and that'll keep things from flooding up to the original source. So that's for like larger water things. And then for smaller items like a little whirlpool or something like that, my understanding is that there's water buckets that you can use to like manually fill up a smaller location. But it sounds like what's going to happen is that we'll be able to place a water source like where this water like blue line is to represent where the water line is. We'll be able to put a source up here, then this whole lake, which has this same water line all the way around, so it won't overflow into the land around it, will just fill up to there and it'll be set. But knowing how far the water goes, how many sources we might need, like we might need 15 sources around this lake. We don't really have any idea until the game updates. There's a whole bunch of unknown stuff like that. So we're excited to find out though. Definitely excited and eager to find out. It's not, yeah, it is definitely not just me who's gonna be building as part of this. There's, I think, 9 people currently, if I'm remembering correctly, that are gonna be allowed on the server. It's run off of everyone's, yeah, 9. It's run off of Aaron's personal computer, so we can't have too many, otherwise the server will break. And we also don't know how the server will perform when the water physics gets added. We did a server test. She did a server test with a bunch of people, and we tested, I think, 8 or 9 people at the time, and it was working fine, but who knows what'll happen once water gets added to the game. And the server also doesn't really have any time frame from what I know. So it's not like we're hoping to be done in 2 weeks. It's like as long as we want to keep building, we're just going to keep building, is my understanding. So might go on to even more future updates. Who knows? It's not my server, so I maybe am misspeaking. But it'll be around for a little while anyway. It's gonna go on for as long as we're interested in building. Yep. What's going on, Olivia? Do you want to come over and say hi? Hi, come over here. Hi. My cat Olivia is coming here to say hello, but she is elderly, I guess you would say. She's 16 years old, and she's afraid to go places sometimes, like to get up to on my desk like here. She used to do all the time, but now she's like afraid to jump up on things. She must have taken a tumble at one point or another. But you probably maybe don't hear her because she also has a... Oh, there, you might have heard her. A lot of times when she tries to meow, it comes out all weird because unknown reasons. It's like, if you've ever been around a deaf person who tries speaking and like their words come out weird, she kind of sounds like that sometimes. Where it maybe would be a meow in her mind, but to to us, it doesn't sound like meow at all. Oh, now she's at the window looking out, seeing what's out there. You done looking around? You want to get back down? Oh, she's still exploring. Still exploring. I don't remember if I said this or not, but the other day when I was streaming, well, a couple streams ago when I was streaming, all of a sudden on the floor of my office here, there was a spider that ran across it, and it was big. It was like a really big spider for living here in Sweden. And then a couple streams ago, I don't think it was last stream, I think it was the stream after, or before, I mean. I saw the spider on the floor and I took action and eliminated the spider. But an update to the story is that, in fact, that was not the spider. It was just another large spider, because now there is another spider that I saw that is equally as large. And I'm a little terrified actually at this point, because where are they all coming from? I don't understand. They came back for revenge. I think what happened is that the original spider that I saw is the one that is still alive. Because when I killed the other spider, I was like, this doesn't look as big as I remember it being. It was still a big spider, don't get me wrong, like for living in Sweden, it was a pretty big spider. But when I saw the spider yesterday, it was definitely much like the size like I remembered, which I described previously as the size of an Oreo cookie. If you know what an Oreo cookie is, that's about how big it was, which is quite big for Sweden. If you're from Australia, please don't tell me about your spiders, because I know they're way bigger. I know. I know. So yeah. Sorry. I had to meet you guys again. I had to cough for a little bit there. Now she's exploring, my cat's exploring in areas that she hasn't been to in a while. And so she thinks they're like new or something. So she's like sniffing everything. Do cats get dementia? Sometimes wonder. This is taking forever. It's taking forever. See this? Chat, you see what this is? This is somebody filling up tons of boxes. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. One thing I was gonna say is that right now the only people I think on the server are Erwin and I. Oops. There we go. Yeah, I don't see anyone else. But for a while it's been actually several people that have been on here helping out, helping to get things ready. But there's only few things left to do, which are the more the less fun things to do, I guess, is a good way of describing it. I really enjoyed doing this though. It was fun, like going around and carving this all out and trying to figure out where this was gonna be. It's a lot of fun in my mind, but other people, I understand it's not like the building that they're wanting to do is terraforming. It's a different creature in and of itself. In my personal world, I made a man on a mountainside out of terrain materials. So I can kind of prove that I like using terrain materials in that manner. I also build the tree. The terrain materials definitely work a lot different though than the building blocks. They have minds of their own. Sometimes when you go to place the individual blocks, we'll see what happens when I place one here. Yeah, like adds a huge chunk instead of just one block. It adds like huge chunks. See that? So you have to be definitely more patient when it comes to using terrain materials because they have minds of their own. Now my cat left me. Now I'm all alone again. I'm curious to anyone that might be actively listening in chat. There is a kind of always around this time of year, there is a sale on Steam, the fall game sale. Is there any games you guys are thinking about picking up that you're interested in? Hoping that when they go in sale, it'll give you the encouragement to buy. My daughter really wants me to buy, what was it? Tiny Bookshop. She wants me to buy a Tiny Bookshop, which is a little simulator game about owning a bookshop in a city that travels around the city. We played the demo and she was like, that's really cute, but I don't know if I want to spend that much money on a game. You have no games that you want at the moment? So yeah, she's really hoping that that one goes on sale. I have a whole bunch of games on my wish list, but right now I'm not really actively seeking to buy new games necessarily. But if something's like really discounted, like really discounted, then I might buy some. We'll see. I'm gonna put down I'm gonna put down a, sorry, I was coughing there again. I'm gonna put down a little build area down here. Cause I am gonna fall off, or fall down in this space down here. Keep doing it. There we go. It's weird because I'm trying to fill in, like, you see how there's some holes that are created here, these little black square looking things. Keep trying to fill all them in, and I really should leave them not filled in. So when I come back and add texture, I can just use those as natural places to add the texture into. What happened there? Look at that, that's really weird. I'm gonna have to come back and add some more of this dirt, I realize. I think I'm gonna leave this down here stone and just have this part be limestone. And it switches to stone when you go into those. And then this is gonna stay stone. That makes sense to me in my head. My head is a little wacky though, so. Okay. We'll fix this part. What's nice about this riverbed though is it really can be whatever shape we want it to be, so it's really hard to make a mistake in doing what I'm doing. So it's that definitely looks not good though. I'll get some more of this soil and add back down there. The one thing I do have to avoid, I mean, is these things. If you delete them, there's no way to add that stuff back, so I'm trying to keep that in place. Okay, let's see how this actually reads. Yeah, that'll be a lot better, I think, because then you see that this is like the lake going down, gets to the bottom, and then there's some kind of structure in the middle. Some kind of structure. Left or right? We'll go to the right. Because I already started on this part. Go up here. Yeah, I never knew about that. Control right click to use magic chest options. Never knew, never knew. That's kind of cool. What'll happen now though is I'll probably forget that I have it turned on and then wonder why it's not pulling any materials. Yeah, I'll do that now that I know about it. I apologize. That's the one that was missing then, huh? Is the limestone? Must have been, because I've been using a lot of this. I should just add a platform here because I can tell I'm gonna fall. Is flint and shale the same thing? Because I always thought this was shale, like the look of it. I know I mentioned that earlier, but I just was thinking about it again. It's like normally at the bottom of like, it's not normally, it's like little tiny pieces like this that are like flat. And it's not slate. Shale, have you ever heard that term? Might be a American term. A lot of when I was visiting in Norway, on the drive along the highway, there's a bunch of stops that you can get out and look at lakes and stuff. And a lot of the lakes have that stone as the base of the lake.
You ready to have some fun? Let's do it.
Road Dragon coming in with a raid of 6 people. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You were playing 2 Point Museum, looks like. Were you having fun in there? Having fun with that? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is easy to forget, and I hope you don't forget it, but it is easy to forget. Currently you have caught me in the middle of doing some server prep. It was great fun. Glad to hear it. It's always good when a stream is fun and not work. I am doing good, kind of. I'm pretending that I'm not getting sick, but I might be getting sick. So there might be that. But other than that, I'm doing good. I cannot complain. Other than that, I'm doing pretty good. We're working on ignorance is bliss. My daughter's been sick for a couple of weeks and she's just getting over her sickness, and she had like a pneumonia type thing. And when I woke up this morning, my throat was like, something's weird about it, and I keep coughing more than I normally do, so there's definitely something happening inside my body, but it might just be really late puberty, who knows. I'm just kidding. Have you been in this server at all? Do you know what it is you're even looking at? I can give you an updated idea of what this is. This is a building server that we are currently in the process of prepping. So we created a bunch of altars here, and our build area actually needs to be modified because it actually goes over to here now. But this is our build area. It's like this big. It's massive. And we're gonna create a village down here and a big castle going up the mountain. So this is the progress we're making towards prepping it. I'm working on creating a lake bed that we can fill with water. And I'm currently in the process of adding all this textured limestone to the bottom to help it read a little better. Heroine is back and forth over here doing some other server prep, getting all the storage finalized. And she's also been working on doing the streams and things over here. So this is what streams will look like when everything's done with like all this vegetation and stuff. It'll be really cool. So yeah, that's what we're working on. Everyone just came back in because she's back and forth trying to get the materials to fill up the boxes. If you're interested in our community at all, I just created a Discord server, so there's a link pinned in the chat. You should have a link there that you could hang out and visit our Discord and see updates that we're going to make on. I'll be posting updates from here on there as well. Everyone has her own Discord that also has that, but it's I don't have a link to that, so how is the game? How far along are you in your game? How I think I'm sorry, I'm trying to multitask and it's not working. My brain is melting. The game you were playing. How's it going? Like, are you far in the game, or are you playing with friends? Is it something, a solo game? I'm not really too familiar with the 2 Point Museum game. End game, you're building a super museum. Cool. Is it... Could you list off other games that are maybe similar to it? Is it like Roller Coaster Tycoon type thing where you can just build massive things in a world, or is there questing involved? Or solo game would be awesome to have some limited co-op. There's the rest of the 2 Point series. They also have Campus and Hospital. That's what I know it from. I have 2 Point Hospital. Okay, so I'm familiar with that. And you kind of unlock things as you progress. And you get more and more upgrades and everything. But in your end game, have you like completely redone the world? Or has it just been a slow progression? Because I know in 2 Point Hospital you can like just destroy a bunch of stuff and then move stuff around, but it all costs like different points or whatever it was in the game. I forget. It wasn't free though, if I remember correctly. Took you roughly 10. You did a massive remake about 6 or 7 streams ago. Took you about 10 hours. Yeah, I remember doing that in 2 Point Hospital. Gutting the place and then redoing it because the different things, the different unlocks were not meshing together, and it wasn't making any sense. It is weird with games like that because you don't know what actually is coming, and they're just like, here, place this, place this, place this, and then later on you realize that you made like the most horrible choices in your placement that you had no clue about. But that's kind of part of the fun of the game, is trying to work around the problems that creates. If everything was just like, put this here, it will be the best it can be, it'd be probably quite boring to play games like that then. Is this the limestone that's gonna hold the water? We hope that this stuff is gonna hold water. I am doing something you shouldn't do, which is assuming. I'm assuming it's gonna hold water. I don't know why it wouldn't. We haven't left any gaps, so it should hold water. But yeah, this is limestone I'm putting down as the base instead of stone. As you can see here, the stone just blends in and like looks uninspired. And when you look over there, you can see, like, if it's gonna be a blue-green water, I think you'll see the lake bed better if it's that color than if it's just this gray. And then the islands in the middle are gonna stay gray, so they look like actual land masses coming out of the ground. I still need to actually terraform those a little better. But this is the first step in this process. Is just laying this limestone, and then I need to go back and add a bunch of different textures like Erwin did over here on her stream beds. You can see when we get over there, the stream bed isn't just one material, it's like 5 or 6 materials, I think. So this is like the stone how it is. You can see she's added a bunch of different textures into it, so it looks like more natural. So it doesn't just look like one thing. So I'm gonna do the same thing, the lake bed. It's fun to do stuff like this. Challenge your other builders to, like, we could have just made a little pond, but my thought is maybe somebody might build something fully underwater if they can. And there'll be space for them to do that, you know, like maybe a house that fell down and fell into the water, I don't know, something. That'll be a challenge to build in here, but I'm also testing a bunch of things, like we left grass in here to see what happens if all the grass will stay grass, and down here where there's soil I'm gonna add a bunch of plants and see if plants survive in water or if they die because only maybe aquatic plants will live. We don't know any of that stuff, so it's all experimenting, seeing what happens, seeing what doesn't happen. That's part of the fun. Part of the fun. So yeah, now I'm going through and replacing the stone with limestone. And then once all that's done, then I'm gonna go back and add the texturing. And also I'm probably gonna add little pockets of like a group of plants here and stuff. Hey Cell, welcome in. You came in with the raid, I see. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that's one of my other cats, Bella. She's coming down and say hello. And when she does that, it means that she wants to go out the front door. So I need to step away for 5 seconds while I open the door for her. I'll be right back real quick. Thanks for being patient. She does this really cute thing, my cat, where she like when I go to open the door, before I open the door, as I'm reaching my hands towards the door, she thinks I'm going to pet her for some reason. And so she always goes up on her back legs and like puts her head into my hand, like for me to pet her while she's like up on her back legs. And then she goes down and looks at the door and like, okay, you can open the door now, right? It's super cute. You have to go? Thank you for stopping in and chatting for a little bit. I appreciate that. Hope you, wherever you're going, you have a enjoyable rest of your day. What? When I got up though, I was coughing some more. I definitely think I'm getting sick, so that's unfortunate. But hopefully it won't be too bad. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Sel, you're from, are you from France or the UK? I can't remember. It's part of my name. I do have problems remembering. Hey Steve, welcome back in. Oh, is Deadly done streaming? Looks like it. I had him up on the other channel, now he's gone. You've just been lurking around, Steve. Do you want to know what I've actually been doing? Or right now what you're seeing isn't really the most exciting thing, I would say? But I can show you around a little if you have time, if you want. Right now I'm working on trying to build a lake bed, because this game is getting a water update in October, sometime in October. So we're prepping the server in anticipation of the water. And leaving some of this stone here isn't the worst thing. Like little tiny bits of it. Just is so boring color. I was thinking about it, and limestone actually kind of makes sense for it being the bottom, or like the lake bed, water bed place, because isn't limestone like a bunch of it normally located near water? Maybe I'm thinking wrong. I think the whole UK is like that. Not the whole UK, parts of the UK. The entire UK is just limestone. Trying to keep some of these things level, so if there is like special water soil or something, that I can come down here and just plop water soil on stuff and add more plants in like larger areas. Maybe there's coral or something. I think there's gonna be fishing in the game, so we might be able to add fish to the lake. That would be really cool. Swim around with fish. Might just be that there's fish in other areas though that you can't catch and release. Would be neat though. Definitely would be neat. A lot of things you get in the world are, you know, just items you collect. So maybe the fish you could just place back in when you catch it. Who knows? Who knows? This definitely has taken a while. Still got so much to do. Yeah, I definitely need to work on this more than I thought. Still have to do all this over here too. It's coming along though. It's coming along. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. What I really should have done is deleted everything. You've been busy since you got home from work? No worries. How often do you play Enshrouded, Sal? Because every time I drop in your stream, you're playing some other things. Horror games, jump scare games. all the things. Oh, is it like on certain days, or is it just when you feel like it? My whole streaming schedule is just when I feel like it. So I see. There's another builder, Satan is his name. And every Friday, I think, Friday or Saturday, I can't remember which day, but he plays this, I think it's Fridays. He plays scary games on that day. So I thought maybe he had a similar situation. That's fun that chat was able to get you out of your comfort zone a little, maybe. It's fun when people, like the community gets to interact like that. It's not that often chat gets to decide what a streamer streams. Did you have fun with it though? Was it, or were you just scared the whole time? I get scared pretty easily, and so jump scare games are not really my thing. Stupid monsters. There is something about scaring people and like, and there is a good feeling to that, but being on the receiving end is not that fun. If you want me to take a break, I don't know the last time you were in here, but I can show you any progress we've made if you haven't seen it. Could also go over to my personal world, show you stuff I've done over there if you want, because I know this is not the most fun, but it's something that I need to do. So this is the lake that I'm working on to try and get ready for when water comes. And we're currently making the whole bottom limestone. But then the rest of the server is still getting prepped. Over here you can see other places where we're planning to add more water. Or like digging it out. There's waterfalls coming down that are being dug out on the top, like the trenches for them. And then Erwin's been over here building these lake beds, or stream beds, river beds. So they're super awesome. And then one of the other builders in the server added this one day. Oh, Erwin's over here currently digging up a river. In the background, silently in the background doing that. Yeah, so the dwarves moved in one day. All of a sudden we came in here and there was a bunch of dwarves. So now the dwarves are doing funny things around the server, which is a fun little thing. Sometimes you'll find dwarves where you don't expect them. The dwarves... Yeah, it's McLeod that was doing it. He started placing the dwarves, but then he kept placing them in places where Erwin was working. So then Erwin at some point came and put all of them back up here, because this is where McLeod's been working on stuff up here. So like they came to check out him out, but they're all over everywhere. And then I think there's some upstairs even. Yeah, there's one in here. I think in the attic where all the NPCs are, if there's still any more in there. There's a bunch up there too. Yeah.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
The way it started is Erwin was working on this window right here and was so busy focused on doing this. McLeod snuck up behind her and placed a row of dwarves that were all, or gnomes that were all just like looking at her. So eventually when she was like got done working on anything and she turned around, there's just a bunch of gnomes staring at her. I think there's some out here. Yeah, they're out here checking things out. So this is the town hall that it's kind of like the statement piece for the server. And inside it has all of the chests
Hello.
that are going to be used
Hi.
for all the building materials that people can have. Yeah, there's just tons of chests. So that's one whole aspect of getting the server ready, is making sure we have enough materials for everybody to start building like crazy. And then the other is getting all this water prepped. That is a good question, Chappie. One, who the fuck knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. No. There is visual cues, so like you can see, like over here, you can see that these are the different blocks that are here. So this whole floor, each chest has the block displayed around it. And then there's also materials here with stuff in them. And then down at the bottom, it's kind of a similar situation, but more generalized, I'd say. So there's little items that are out that kind of give you a clue as to what is in that different location. So like here, there's vegetables and stuff, so that's where all the growing items are. And over here, there's like some picture frames and pots and pans, so that's like some of the building items. So there's just visual cues to help you understand and see where things might be. But eventually the plan is that this is just kind of a temporary solution. And the plan is that once all the builders start building in the server, they'll grab one of these NPCs, and all these chests are kind of grouped now together for all the things that that NPC is going to store in their building. And so then the idea is that people will go to the actual buildings instead of trying to come here for items, and start using items in the world instead. Really hope they implement a hot drop. Yeah, that is one of the things actually I think that was on the server, or the 2025 we want this to happen list, is where you just stand in front of chests and then dump what's in your inventory magically to the correct chest. I really hope that happens as well. This is the beginning area, which I don't know if you've seen, but this is just the showcase area, so people who are building can come and see the different materials and how they actually look when they're built. Because like this does not look like this, in my opinion. Like you'd never think that that was that block. So it's cool to have things built out so people can come and see what they look like in the game. And then this area is prepped a little for water as well, so there'll be like a little channel of water running through here. And there's all the trees and the plants that people can choose, all grown so people can see how they look. And there's space everywhere for us to add any of the new stuff that comes with the update. But yeah, let's head over to my world and take a look at what I've been doing there. Maybe we'll spend the last part of the stream over there. You only can add limestone to the bottom of a lake for so long. Okay, what should be a quote and what was seeming that it looked all coordinated? There was a definite thought that went into how things were laid out. Erwin is the one in the video, yes. Or Erin's the one in the vision, yes. Erwin has the big vision. She's the master planner. And she's the one who came up with the idea for the server. There's little things that other people have contributed to, definitely, but say the major vision is Erwin's. And then it's been a collaboration once that vision was communicated to try and make that happen in the world. Yep. And none of it would have been possible had not Erwin had the vision to do it. Okay, this is my world. Sorry, I just spaced out a little. This area over here, if you haven't been here, is where the Blue Goblet Tavern is. That's right down there. Ooh. We're standing on the Blue Goblet Tavern. Then everything around it was part of the first build that I did. It seems like it's really framey right now for some reason. So all the buildings are different buildings for the NPCs that we've collected as part of the quests. But now I'm working up here in the second build area, which is kind of fun stuff. So we have 3 buildings up here, well, 4 buildings. Start down over here. So this little building is one of the most recent buildings that I added. And it's still in early development. All the furniture, none of the furniture is even placed. But it sits on this cliffside and it has like part of the view. This is near where you started your build up the mountain. I remember you saying that, and then you had to leave, so I couldn't come show you. Up that mountain? Or actually right here where I'm standing. I chose this altar location because of this view that's up here. So right now I'm right here on the map. This is the Blue Goblet Tavern right there. This is just a altar to connect those, and this is for people who are visiting. Then they can start not inside the build. Not inside the build, they can start and like tour it from a like non-middle point. You're a little west of the Blue Goblet. So you might be in this space where it's all empty. My plan is to add, yeah, right there. My plan when new NPCs come is to add more housing along this other hill that looks down at the tavern. And just have more housing up here. My thought is at some point to maybe have other builders come in here and add, like in this middle area that I haven't built anything, maybe add a building or two. but not quite sure how that works and if I actually want to do that, but it's in the back of my head. The layering of the town. Sorry, I keep going back and forth. The way that this town is originally built, I should show you guys that. If you're not familiar with it. So like when you originally come here, I'll show you what it looks like when you originally come here. This is a different server that has nothing done to it. But this wall here, I can reference to you. It's a very recognizable wall. Then this is the Blue Goblet Tavern, all destroyed with like a bunch of pieces broken off. And there's literally nothing around. It's just this single building that's run down. And there's different parts inside that are like completely destroyed. We'll go up this way. Up into the attic. You can see the attic is like, there's a special thing up here you can get. The attic is just cobwebs and stuff. And there's another way up into the attic, which is up over there. In this room you can get up in the attic. And it's kind of secret chest up here. But yeah, this is how the building is when you first move in. Everything's like broken down, has holes in it. Holes in the walls. And I first moved in here, threw all of my NPCs up in the attic with a bunch of chests and made this my home because it was pre-built and I wasn't doing a lot of building. But this location you can see has these cliffs that like slope down on different terraces. So in my world, we'll go over there, go back there. That's where I decided to start adding all the housing for the NPCs. I decided they should move out of the attic. Well, some of them anyway. Some of them still live in the attic, but they have much better accommodations now. This is the wall though. Right here. This is the original wall. And that's the original building. So everything else that has been added, like all the exterior parts, there is a couple hidden entrances down there, yeah. Different hidden parts. I can show those off real quick. More? So down here on this side we have an entrance over to the like guardhouse, where in theory people could shoot down at invaders if they needed to. And here's all the weapons and stuff that they would need. They also can look out the front. There's a path coming up the front. There. That's the front, the new front. And then the main guardhouse has I wanted to create this guardhouse, so I used the portcullis, but I actually installed it upside down, so it opens up instead of down, which is kind of fun. It's normally like 3 times as big as this too, so it normally is like really tall. And then on this side there's another on one of the sliding doors. Dunk. But yeah, through here I dug this out and made a little secret entrance for the occultic church that lives or meets down here. So they have a nice little spot hidden away for their meetings. So that's one of the hidden little things in the build. That actually looks... It's hard for people to find. Because for some reason, people don't think that there's a door there. Normally, I think it's really obvious. Like, you can see here that it looks like there's something there. But this one, I think, because of the texture of the flowers and stuff around it, you don't think about it. So it gets hidden quite easy. But yeah, then I decided to build all the houses for the NPCs. And even now the attic is 3 different apartments. So this is one of the apartments for one of the NPCs. And then even this space became a little bigger and became an apartment. I moved all the stairs around so they're in different places. There's an official stairs that goes up to the attic instead of that wonky thing that was over there. And now Emily has a full bedroom, her full apartment, bath and everything. Then over here is this salon. There used to be 2 bedrooms here that I closed the doors off and opened up this whole space. And now the salon is here. So you can come and get your hair cut if you want. I'll let you even change genders if you want to. He does haircuts and all that kind of good stuff. Eye color, hair color. So you can do that if you want with him. And up these stairs in the attic is his little apartment. So everybody definitely is living better than they were when I originally had them up in the attic. But anyway, yeah, this is the original build. And as we were getting over here, I'll show you some of the things I've recently been working on, which is this house that we were looking at. I also built this stairwell and arch. Then I'm going to add like a little garden area here. Then we built this tree that has the house kind of right next to it. And the house has got a head in the toilet. It's one of the special features. But yeah, this is pretty cool because the different balconies you can see are like up into the treetop. It's pretty neat. Actually jump out into the tree if you want. I enjoy that part of the game, Chappie. I really enjoy this building style where I build several different things, and one will be just the shell of a building and nothing's inside of it at all. And then I have time to like think about what it is I want to do with that space, and other places are slowly being added to. So I normally have multiple builds going on at the same time. Like these two places are mostly, this one's getting closer. I just added, hold on. Had to cough there, sorry. I just added these buffets recently for this area, and last stream we added this viewing chapel area, because the idea is that this is like a community center for all the people who live down in the village. So I thought it would make sense if somebody died, then this would be the place where they'd come and pay their respects. Yeah, this is a photo of the person who died. I'm not quite sure who it is, but then, yeah, this is the community center. It's got a pool table up here. I'm slowly adding the decorations to these bookcases as they're not fully decorated yet. There's a really bad dartboard over here because I don't know what to use for the darts. And then in the other building here, we have, this is the tourist center for the dude that's up on the wall. That dude. So people come here to visit. They can, I just started placing the furniture in here. So this is like stage 2 of development, I'd say, where it's just basic furniture placement but no decoration. Then slowly I add detail in the build. But even parts of this are undone. Like I still need to figure out what to do with this area, and the whole upstairs is going to be an apartment, like suite kind of thing, but I haven't built any of that out. And then this, there's a clip on my channel. If you, there's only 2 clips on my channel, my Twitch channel. But there's a clip of me trying to get this cloth to be sitting on this table. If you place dog beds and then use your arrow to shoot the dog bed, it will drop cloth behind. So I was able to place dog beds and shoot them, and the cloth drops randomly everywhere, so you have to do like 10 of them in order for it to get to work. But now there's little towels in the sauna. Little towels going around the sauna, but the clip shows me trying to shoot the dog beds, and I didn't realize I had explosive arrows equipped, and I blew a huge chunk of the building away. So that was quite funny. I was laughing quite hard. And then I also built this in prep for the water update. There's gonna be just a little whirlpool sauna thing in here. And did the same thing with the dog beds and the towels. Just trying to add towels around to make it look like it would. So that's something I've been working on recently. The other thing is in here. We've been adding storage down the bottom here. Under the tree, there's a bunch of storage that's already built in here. And added. And then when you come in, I added these 2 little nooks that you can see. There's a cozy little place to hang out. And then there's also a spot here to change your shoes. You want to change your shoes? So yeah, that is the build. This building is actually a lot further along than the other two, even though it was built third out of the 4 buildings. I still have a lot of stuff to do here though, like adding all the different food items. Okay, so in this world, these different altars, my chests are only at this altar here. So any building that I do over here is the same way. I can let's just make sure. What do I actually have in my backpack? Only have blue blocks. So if I was to build, the only block available is the blue block, and I can click on this and then all of a sudden I have limestone. And so any of the materials pull, but I don't have any NPCs up here because I'm kind of waiting to see if what new NPCs we get, and I might throw some of the new NPCs up here. So anytime I have to do crafting, I actually have to go back down over here and do the crafting. But as far as building goes, as long as I already have placed a block, it'll pull the blocks from the chests that are over here. I'll show you where they are real quick. So in this game, I have a much more reasonable amount of chests. And there's normally only 1 stack of items, typically. I don't know why I have so many of that wood, but yeah, it's definitely not as many boxes. And I have non-magical boxes for all the armors, because you can't pull armor anyway magically to any place. And the same with any weapons. I have different boxes for different weapons I've collected through the game in case I want to put them up on mounts. Put them on like these mounts. And then also building items. Like you can't pull building items. So none of those are in magic chests. Because it doesn't work that way. So yeah, that's a little bit about this world. I also have... I did this whole setup in my world before we did the showcase area in the group world. So that's how I kind of already knew what I was doing in that regards. This lighting that's in here is really uniform, so it allows me to just come in and take a look at stuff. Really good. It's not as good as the daylight one that we have in the other world, but I didn't really have a big open space. Started your storage room last night. It's good to know that you can overlap, yeah. You just have to think that it's really your NPCs, whether you want to let them roam around. Like, I let my NPCs roam around a little bit. Sometimes it's hard to find them, so... But as long as you have stuff in the magic chest, it'll create them wherever you are in your build area. Right, we'll go up here and we'll see what we can do. What should we do? Soon gonna be nighttime. I also have this fun little bed, which is the guillotine bed. Watch the sunset and turn to night here real quick. So there's a couple things we could do. We could decorate could add some paintings or something in here, maybe. We could add some more stuff to the bookcases up here. Not really in the mood to do that though. Bookcases I think are one of my least favorite things to stock. I think we might do this. Try and get some of the like drinks and things out on tables. All these tables I meticulously placed so you actually can sit at all of them. Including the corner ones. So we could add a bunch. These ones don't work though. Because the idea is that benches you don't really pull in and out, but chairs you can pull in and out, so you don't have to be able to sit in all of them. It's weird how your mind makes up little stories to help you understand what you're building. So yeah, we could decorate in here, add stuff to the tables. We could, this is gonna be like a liquor cabinet type thing. So we could add a bunch of bottles and some glasses and stuff here. Or we could also figure out what this is gonna be. If anyone has a suggestion as to what this little tiny area might be, feel free to speak up. We could also make the apartment up here. It's not a... Oh man, just yawned out of nowhere. This is actually a suite, a hotel suite. It's the one hotel suite in the visitor center that has access to the spa and the whirlpool. I might have to create like a actual hotel, something, somewhere. Yeah, it has no nothing. It's the only reason why it's becoming a hotel suite is because I built the building and then have gradually decided what it's going to be over time. And I'm justifying that there is a sauna and a whirlpool slash hot tub with the idea that somebody is renting out the place and has this upper floor as like a suite to themselves and they get access to that. So otherwise why would there be a sauna and a hot tub in a visitor center? Like it makes no sense. So what do you think? I also have to figure out what to do in this area. This is like the employee entrance. So maybe we'll add like some storage or something back here for like... That's what we could do. We could make like a little storage thing where it looks like maybe there's an employee, couple employee employee uniforms. We could do that. That might be fun. Fun little adventure. Because we could piece together a uniform for them. That could be fun to do also. And we can dye it different colors, because you can dye things in the game. So we'll go over here. Wait. And if you guys don't know, this one that's up here, oh, doing the jiggly. There's a Sunny loungewear, pants and shoes, and vest. This was just recently added this summer to the game, and it's in 3 different locations. That was part of like a hidden quest. This is an adult channel, Erwin. It's fine. It's fine. Just, if you're offended, close your eyes. Just close your eyes. Yeah, so this would be a cool uniform top, but we'd have to either go to the depot and get them, or we'd have to restart this server several times. We could also give him like funky hats, because that guy doesn't have a hat. There's actually 5 here. There's 5 hats in the game. This hat, the jester hat that I'm wearing, this minstrel hat, there's the trader hat. Oh, this one might work though. This looks like an employee would have to be forced to wear it. Yeah, that's definitely something an employee would be forced to wear. I think there might be one more. Yeah, the pirate hat, tricorn. So they could all be pirates. I don't know if that's gonna be dyeable though. Yeah, that's all of them. Could also have them wear the starting uniform, because that's really sexy. Wonder if you can dye this. Never even tried, never even tried. What do you guys think? You think... I think we're gonna make a trip to the... depot and do a little shopping. Oh wait. We should get some of these headscarves, and then... Isn't there a really fun looking pants that you get early game? Which one was that? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It's like one of the characters has like a really funky looking pair of pants at the early game. You're still wearing the scout set? That's the ranger set. That's the archer set. Hunter. All these are like basically the same. You need to liberate the spindle. This is a scout one. Yeah, when is it though? I can't remember. I know one of them, if you don't have everything equipped, it looks like really, really funny. Might be this. But with that thing over it, you can't tell. Nope. I don't think this is it. Nope. It is not it. Don't mind me. I'm getting dressed, I promise. I think I actually have an extra spindle. If you want one, you just come over here and grab one. So, I don't know which bottom it is, but let's just take some of these. Oh, this is the one. That looks funny. Maybe not. Yeah, these. Blacksmith pants. Whoops. They're not as funny as I remember them. It might not be these. I do have a bad memory. Can attest to the fact that I have a bad memory. I do look like Mr. Miyagi. Wax on, wax off. Just trying to think if we can dye that bottom piece. Oh, we should give him this. Yeah, they should have this with that top, and then we should find some boots. Okay. I should write this down, because I'm gonna forget. Royal pants. You don't know Mr. Miyagi, then you should stop watching this stream and go watch Karate Kid. You just should do it. That was like one of the go-to movies when I was growing up, you know, like it was one of the few movies that everybody knew. It was Karate Kid. That and Gremlins. Gremlins was a scary one where they created PG-13 because of the microwave scene, I think. Anyway, I'm old. If you couldn't tell, I did this wrong. Okay, so we're gonna grab that and this Sunny Lounge. I remember when we had this Hardee's, I think it was called Hardee's, headscarf, which was basically a McDonald's. I think it's called different things in different parts of the US. It's basically a different version of McDonald's for people in Europe. And they had a whole Gremlins series of books with records that you could get and play and read along with the books. And I remember my twin sister and I would go week after week and collect them, and then we'd listen to the records and read the books because we weren't allowed to watch the movie. We had not fun parents. This is where we're going. Sorry, missed the mic button. Missed the mute button on the mic. Split second too late for that cough. I apologize for coughing your ears off. Yeah, there actually was a lot of cool things that you got in drive-through, like Happy Meals, that they would never do nowadays. I'm naked. I love when you load in here and like nothing is loaded. It's like, slow down, I'm trying to work. Okay, so the hats are here. I wonder how many we can grab. I think we need two. I think we need two of everything. Because we'll do a male and a female employee version. And we want the pants from this guy. Should also find some shoes that are dyeable. Do they have the new thing? Oh, they do have the new thing. Here this one is. Guess we could just use these. These are pretty basic. Is that everything we need? Arms? I don't think there would be arms on an employee uniform. Unless there's something fun. You guys think we should go with open arms or some kind of gloves? for the employees. This could be cool. We could dye those a color. These ones we could dye a color, I bet. We'll grab 2 of these, test it out. And then yeah, here you can see they already dyed something. We're gonna test that back at the other at my dye station. So we get the colors for the uniform set, and then we'll add 2 mannequins over there and build some kind of like locker structure around them with like a door open maybe or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's definitely gonna be a process. Dye thing is up here. Colorize an item, please. I want to colorize this. If you guys are wondering, blank steg, that means spacebar in Swedish. Yeah, I don't. Oh, I could, but I don't. I could, but I don't. 1 second. I didn't realize. Okay. A bunch of this stuff I shouldn't even have with me here. Stuff I can delete. Don't need those stone. I can delete. Delete. Maybe save that for later. Okay. I do have it in a magic chest. Oh, I just don't have that many of anything. Okay. We'll just make them ourselves. It's not that big of a deal. We have the ingredients. But I don't know if it's gonna let us see the colors unless... Oh, it does. Okay. What do you guys think for the color of the uniforms? Anybody have an opinion? I'm actually gonna get dressed in the uniform. Whip, 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 whip. So this is what our uniform looks like. This is what our uniform looks like with no dyes. Anybody have an opinion? Going once, going twice. We're gonna see if we can actually dye these gloves, otherwise we might get rid of the gloves. Yep, you can. Okay, so what we're creating the uniform for is this up here. The tourist center is going to need to have employees that staff it, but obviously we're not going to have employees walking around. But I could set up 2 mannequins that show what the employee uniforms would look like, that are sitting in like lockers where people would come in and change into their uniform when they went to work or something. So it's just people who have to work, you know, at like a cafe. And we can change it to really anything we want and make it be like really gaudy, like just do a green outfit, Or we could go stealth and everything could be just black. You know, like a fancy... Yeah, I agree. They should allow us to create multiple versions. We could do like all white. Wonder how that would look on the rest of these. Yeah, we could do all white. This one's not white though, so I don't know if we get rid of the gloves or not. You're close to... Oh. You just... Oh, I missed that comment about how old you guys were. I'm older than both of you, so I win. I win the age war. I don't know if you could call it winning though. What do we need to create these? I'm squirreling around so much right now. Produce them. I would like to make white, please. And I would like... Select. Please make 10 of them. 25 minutes? You want your cookie? What kind of cookie would you have? That's the question. What's your favorite cookie? Like if you could just have a dozen cookies placed in front of you right now, what would you say is the cookie you would want? I already know my answer. Double stuffed Oreos. So you're going with the store-bought option. You'd want all of them. I'm going with a Snickerdoodle, which is a homemade cookie. Do you guys know what that is? Snickerdoodle is like a sugar cookie that has cinnamon on it. It sounds really basic and plain, but I remember loving them as a child, so they're like nostalgic for me. Even now, if I go to eat one, I think it's way too sweet. But the nostalgia hits better than the this is really sweet hit. This is gonna take 25 minutes. I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna run back over to the depot and snatch up some of these. You don't eat cookies or cakes? You don't like them? What do you eat instead of that stuff? Do you have any like cheat meal thing? Do you like ice cream? You've said you eat ice cream. I don't need 50 of these. Let's find the white ones. Don't even need that many. 10, please. We'll take the black while we're here. Test that out. rarely find desserts that you like. That is definitely a unique characteristic. Not many people have that problem. Many people have the opposite problem. That is a resource server. My understanding, it's the devs have created it, and you can just it's the Shroud Depot resource world. It resets every hour, so it's basically a save file where everything is stocked, and then every hour they just reload the save file. And there's other servers that are other people have set up that are doing similar things that restock sooner, but they have different layouts. And the one that I just went to, I think, is the easiest to navigate. Basically rarely eat other than dinner at home, breakfast and lunch at work, and sometimes something before bedtime. Interesting. Let's dye these things up. Here. We'll do one black version and one white version.
Welcome.
Doesn't look very black, if I'm honest. I do see chat moving. I just am focused on clicking the right buttons here, so I'll read it in a second. I hope when I look at it, it's not just, there's an ad break starting soon. Yeah, it allows you to grab the resources and bring them to your world, yep. They are open to the public, yes. You can just go to the Enshrouded Discord, and then I believe they're on there. I don't know, I copied somebody else's link and just pasted the server details. You can when you go to join, you can enter in right here this IP. I had an IP address that I just entered, and then it popped up with this. But I think all that information is on the Discord server. Erwin says, I'm too picky when it comes to food and drink and shy away from anything that's labeled diet or sugar-free, so not much to choose from anymore either. Oh. One thing I know you have mentioned in your streams, the basic design section on the top one is the Shroud Depot. Yeah. Sometimes Erin has mentioned that she is gonna go grab a beer and her chat when I'm watching her streams, and that is one thing that I, for some reason, have a super strong aversion to. Where did the second set go? Am I wearing it? Oh, I'm wearing it. So this is the black set. I'm like, what did you do now? Oh boy, what did you do now? Breaking things. It's Oh, you were posting a link. I see what was happening. You were posting a link. See, if you were a mod, that wouldn't happen. I'm joking. Of course I'm joking. No, but you've mentioned that you'll go grab a beer, and I have tried having beer multiple times. I've been to parties where all I drank was beer, and I hate every moment of it. I hate, so I normally drink cider, like dry cider, apple cider, instead of beer or wine. So I understand not liking things or not being able to find stuff you like, and I'm also picky about the cider. There's cider that's from the UK that I like, and then there's cider that comes from France that to me tastes like just a bunch of rotten apples.
Hello.
Wine gives you headaches? Yeah, I don't like sweet cider. This is dry cider where it's not sweet, it's just like fermented apples, basically. I don't like the sweet stuff either. It's too sweet. Let's try the white one. What's going on? Okay. What? I'm just getting naked because I have two of those. Why did these disappear? Oh, they're on the custom. I see what's happening here. I get it now. You do love wine, but it gives you headaches. Or you just love whining. There's a white one. That I wish it would show here. Oh, that shows there. It should show on this page though. Not have to click on it. Cognac, whiskey, and aquavit. Yeah. Skål. You say something different in Norway though, don't you? Don't say skål, you say something else. Maybe you say skål, I don't know. Okay, what do you guys think? White or black? Whoops. Black that's not black. Well, that didn't work. Skål. Yeah, you do say that. Okay. My bad. What do you guys think? Black, which looks brown for some reason. Why can't black look black in games? I don't get that. I don't understand. Here? Here? You like the black better than the white? The white kind of looks like nurse uniforms, I was thinking. Put that there. I could just have them both there though. Has like the two things that are in the closet. Yeah, at nighttime it looks black. Also, I'm naked. I'll go sleep with.
Do you have a rhyme
No.
for
Yep.
Flameborn?
There we go. Wow, that's not a flattering view. That just looks silly. Okay. Yeah, her neck looks really weird.
Hello.
Should we have these as the uniforms? I think they're pretty uniformy looking. Off to bed. Okay. I didn't realize what time it was. Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy work tomorrow. Thank you for spending your evening here. That's greatly appreciated. I think today's one of your days off too. Oh, and there's Vicious. Hey, Vicious. How are you doing today, Vicious? I'm in the process of making some uniforms that we're going to pretend are what employees have to wear when they work at the visitor center up here. So I'm gonna try and make a little closet, like a employee uniform closet. Finished work and on your second cup of coffee. Nice. Okay, so this is the employee entrance back here. So my thought is that maybe over here, create like a little cabinet where two mannequins sit, and then maybe there can be some kind of door situation happening. Not sure how that'll work, but we'll mess around and see what happens. Do I have anything up here? No. We'll set these up here though. For now, we'll just throw them here. There's the two uniforms. Let's run down and grab a bunch of things that aren't the things that we're gonna use to be the things. That makes sense. We're gonna take things that aren't the thing because you can't build a thing in the game normally, so we are going to instead use other things that maybe could pretend to be the thing. And yeah, we'll get rid of you, put you over here. let's grab a bunch of furniture. I think I have a bunch of these. We're just gonna test out a bunch of stuff. It's all about things. Yep, exactly. Wonder if we could use a door as the backdrop. Not that one though. I'm just thinking aloud. Just thinking aloud. Oh, we could use the... no, I can't, because I used them right next to it. Try this. I'll try this. That's the big one, yeah. Okay. Gee. Where are you at? I need some stuff made. I need... give me another one of these, please. Right. These we're gonna use. And... we should have one of these, even though that's not really what I wanted. Might use these. Could use that. Okay, we'll try this stuff. Just thinking if there's anything else down here. Might want to try these. It's gonna be interesting if any of this works. Should work. Like in theory it should work, but how well it works is a completely other question. I think we're gonna start with these as the bases. We're gonna throw a mirror in one of these corners somewhere. Put these down again. I wish all furniture items stacked also, so you wouldn't have to readjust these positional things every time. Why is that? Okay, so that's like that. Then if we... Oh, that one's huge. Kind of hard for me to... Oh, and then the thing I put down is in my way. Nothing's working. Nothing's going through the side yet, which is a good sign. This one might go a little too far through though. But I'm just gonna test this in theory first, and then we'll move this back out if we need to. Okay. Because we can make this wall thicker. Oh, that was weird. Oh, it's just barely too big. Oh, whoops, grabbed the wrong thing there. What did I grab? What did I grab? Oh, I grabbed this one. Yeah, we need that one. Rotate. Rotate. You really can't see anything. Oh, I need to take this away now because it's in the way. Might need one more thing down there. Test this out though. That. I think I like the wood better than the stone. Throw this down over there. So grab this. Equip all his vanity. Then we'll take this and put it in our backpack. Then we'll pick you up. And then we'll throw you here. And then we'll triple his vanity. Pick up. Then, oh, we're gonna have to push these back a little. Maybe. No, I don't need that one. We don't want those. Can I quit that? Okay, what if we use these? Okay. Now I'm stuck back here. Don't mind me. I'm just stuck back here. Okay. Thank you. And that's not gonna work. This snapping. Could try just snapping that up. Snap that down there. Snap. Okay, turn that off. Oh, that's so tight over here. If these were better and went up higher, which I can definitely do, I can flip this around and make it go up higher. Will it look like something if I add like another middle one there and another one of these in the middle? Do you think it'll look like lockers or not? Anybody? We'll go grab a few more of those dividers. Do I have any of those made? I don't think so. Do you make those or does somebody else make those? No, you do. And, oh, I also need one more of these from you. Thank you.
One block at a time.
It gets feeling good sometime when you don't know when to stop.
Thanks, Chappy. I appreciate the sub. You're sick of the ads. I'm sorry about ads. I hate ads too. I've only been streaming for like a little over a month and I became affiliate way too fast because I knew a bunch of people. And I didn't realize the downfalls of being an affiliate is that you actually have to run ads, or you have people getting stuck with like pre-roll ads, which I always hated as a viewer. Was trying to look and see if I wanted to watch a streamer and then just end up with a bunch of ads. So I do apologize that you have to get ads. I try to do the least amount possible to avoid pre-roll. Prime sub. That was my first Prime sub, I think. Another viewer gifted a bunch of subs the first day I got affiliate. And that's been about it. Okay, we're gonna put that there. Yeah, subbing should stop the ads. I don't have any ads set for subs, so you can choose to turn that off. Some people choose to have ads for subs, which that's really a choice. if you do that. That's definitely a choice. Okay, we're gonna flip this around. And then we're gonna add that up there. And there. And there. And then I'm gonna have to equip all his vanity, put this one in my backpack. Can I pick you up? Oh yeah, there we go. Pick up. You have to go further back, so when I do this one, the hands aren't sticking through the front of the front. Equip his vanity. Okay, now we pick you up. Equip his vanity. Pick up. Throw you down. Inspect. Equip his vanity. Inventory. Put that back on. Then we're gonna take this. Put it there. And then put that one. I'm gonna have to make a temporary platform. And I don't have any blocks on me, so I'll just grab this. Turn off snapping. This kind of mirror, the mirror that's here fits with the bathrooms also, because people would like be visiting here, they'd go to the bathroom and then they'd want to look at themselves, because that's how people are. I think this looks okay as a little cabinet with employee uniforms in it. I think that worked out pretty good. How nothing is sticking through? Oh, it's tiny bit down there. That's forgivable though. No one would notice that. My builds are looking awesome. Okay, but Vicious, 1 second. 1 second. Because, oh, stuck on my stairs. I hate placing this many books. So think about you placing all the books that are in your library. That's insanity to me. That is just pure insanity. You have a question about how to place altars. Given that placing a new altar is only 40 by 40, how do you know where to place it? Yeah, you don't. 2,500 books. That's just insane. What I do is, because I have already beat everything quest-wise, and I have a bunch of materials, I will place an altar and just upgrade it to max materials, because I have my settings. Oh, you can't see it here. Well, I could go out. Edit. Oh, I don't have them. Sometimes I lower my settings if I'm gonna like farm a boss to get the whatever they're called, special little circles that you need to upgrade the altars. Cores. The cores. I will sometimes lower the server settings and then just place an altar near a boss and just farm a bunch of those materials. And then I have them in a box over here somewhere. No, they're over here. Yeah, here. Shroud cores and shroud nexuses. And I think it takes like maybe 8 cores and 6 nexuses or something like that to fully upgrade an altar. So I just place it, fully upgrade it, and then what you can do is, for example, up here, slowly getting there, you can just take your build hammers out and where the line is, you can mark the corner. This middle altar I did a little bit different because I shifted it over because I specifically wanted to over here in this area, Mark of Samoth, right down here. Normally there's a fire pit right here, and I placed my altar over this far so when I deleted the fire pit it wouldn't respawn, because when you're up here looking looking out from here, when I would look out this way, there'd just be a huge column of black smoke because of the bonfire that was there. And I really hated that, having that in my view, that huge column. So I moved this altar over. But what I did is I placed this altar and then I placed an altar down. It was originally here. And I saw where they intersected and kept shifting it over until it was too far, and then I shifted it back. So it was just like give and take, back and forth, seeing what actually made it be the most build area for the least amount of altars. And we did the same thing on the... I have my markers. We did the same thing for the other server. We placed altars like exactly so they were perfect to make a perfect square. And then when we placed them, like I placed this altar and Erwin was on the group server together, and she would go over and place, like stand on the corner and add one of these custom markers to her map. So then we could see the altar and the 2 corners, and then we knew roughly on this side where the other altar would be, like based on that spacing. So then we placed an altar there and then just tweaked it a little. And did the same thing the other way too. But yeah, there's no... I don't know of a way to know exactly how far to place something without experimenting. I don't think there is a a way of doing that. Yeah, once you're late game, those resources don't really mean anything anymore. You can just farm the bosses. If you especially if you set the server to a lower setting. Or you could just go to the Shroud Depot and just grab a ton of them. You could do it that way too, if you want to experiment. Okay, so we built that closet. That was a fun little what should we do moment. I think it turned out pretty okay. Trying to think what else would be over here. If you were an employee, came in to change your clothes. And you just became the Joker. What else do you have to do as an employee at like a restaurant-y type place? There's the bathrooms. You have a mirror. I wanted to create a little like point of sale counter right here for people who are taking the orders to be able to ring up the orders. So we'll do that. Go to sleep real quick though. That might work, but one thing you have to check when you're doing the altars is the yellow line isn't 100% accurate when it comes to actually being able to build. So if you want to connect them so you build consistently across everything, then you kind of have to go, once you place the altars, you have to take your I'll show you, hold on. You take your build tool and just like try and have a building material that you can see the actual item for, and where you can't build, it will be red, of course, and where you can build, it'll be blue. Sometimes when you overlap two altars, even though the yellow line disappears, there might still be a crack in the middle that's unbuildable. And that's why we had to move our altars, is because we had a space in the middle that even though the line appeared to be gone and that it appeared to be connected, there was a space that was unbuildable. It didn't affect the chests at all, but it did affect, Erin found it when she was trying to make one of the stream beds for the water. She realized she couldn't actually destroy the land in a strip. So we moved the altars basically by one altar over, one 8x8 square over. Questions are what make a Twitch chat active, so never apologize for that. Happy to answer questions. Happy. Is Vicious still around lurking in here? I'm just gonna ask him. He's another very good builder. If you're not following him, he has a different hours set than I do. So he's typically on when I'm waking up in the morning. Is that Bowser's ship? Not sure what it is. It's just an airship that I decided to build because I thought I had like this really good view out over this whole area, and it was like a really far way down, and so I thought it'd be cool if there was like an airship here. So then I built this little airship to pretend that you can fly around the skies here. Bop, bop. What were we gonna do? Oh yeah, we were gonna build this. So let's go get stuff. Sometimes it's a pain in the butt to have all the NPCs still over in this first build area. Like I really should whoops. I really should not care about them having homes here and moves like the duplicates up here. But I haven't done that yet. Sometimes I like though that I have to come down here and it gives me a chance to think about the build that I'm doing. I'm gonna take that and this. And I'll grab that, might as well take that. And throw these. I can get rid of that. G. Weird. I don't think I've had a Spotify playlist run out. Oh, it was only 4 hours. Guess I've been streaming for 4 hours then. Yep, 3:53. Okay. We want one of these. And we should have a shelf. And we definitely need some cups. You're back. Did you miss anything? Yep. I built an entire bridge aqueduct system going across my entire build. Oh wait, no I didn't. That was you. Nope. You didn't miss much. I'm trying to come up with ideas for just little small things that are insignificant. This is how the employee uniform cabinet turned out, which is pretty decent. And now we're gonna build a sale spot. Where the employees can enter in orders from all the people visiting, like what their orders are. I need a place to like write up the bill, that kind of stuff. I don't know why I'm doing that. So we'll throw this down. You think I should do the Roman aqueduct starting like over here maybe? Just run it all the way across this way. Except I'll do it at an angle just to make it a pain in the ass. Every arch has to be one row shifted over. It could go for quite a long way. I don't go down here that often, but I don't know if you guys saw this in any of the previous streams, but over here we have a little hermit hut with a little lounge area. And then a winding staircase going up. To the upper area. What? This one is still kind of unfinished because I'm hoping that someday they'll update the game where any bushes or trees we plant, we can stop their growth cycle so that we can have varying sizes of trees and bushes. And if that happens, then the berry bush in its third phase actually doesn't have berries on it. It has butterflies everywhere. And that bed that's in there could become a butterfly bed. And I know this because I planted the berry bushes underneath and watched the butterflies exist. But then the moment that the berries are there, then the butterflies go away. I think this next stream or this, probably the stream after, is when I'll finally hit 1,000 hours in Enshrouded. I think this stream will put me up to 995, roughly 995, 996. I might break 1,000 next stream, depending on how long I stream for. But yeah, I don't have as many hours as some of the builders out there. We're gonna throw this up here. I want it to go back a little. Make sure that that's not going through. No. And then I'm gonna add some. Add some cups up here. It doesn't want me placing them here because I'm too close to where they are. Why is that? You want them to release the water update now? I don't. We're not ready for it. You're not ready for it. We'll add one of those. Why is that? No, it's okay. We're gonna add a pitcher of milk. That should be the other way around. There we go. Your kingdom's gonna overthrow you. I don't think that's how that works, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. So this is supposed to be like a liquor cabinet, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it that good. I have to delete this, I think, in order for me to... Oh no, oh, maybe... Yep. I don't really know how much these things look like liquor, but... You know, at the bars when they have like all the different options. Well, that didn't look good. I found that it's much easier to place the bottles immediately instead of placing all the coaster things down first. Because the second you place it, your cursor is in the exact position that allows you to inspect. And sometimes when you're layering things, it gets in really funky positions and it doesn't let you decide which one you want to actually inspect anymore. Kind of looks like a rainbow or something. We should add like pictures down here maybe. Yeah, we'll do that. Do these fit on here? Yep, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna move this one away, pick that up. Pick that up. Put that over there. Put the... Pick that back up. Put the milk thing back. Put this back. I think it's silly that the game considers your character as being in the way of the build. Like, yeah, I have to be this close sometimes. Just let me build. I'm not going to be there when I'm done building. I'm not a permanent fixture to this situation. That's better. Okay, so these tables that are out here are gonna have just basically beer, drinks, and desserts. No actual food. Because that's what I decided. It's a cafe, not a restaurant. That's kind of stupid to have a light right below the light. Smart one, Easy. Smart one. Just trying to get rid of some of this stuff. Lurkage. Shaw's going to bed. Vicious is lurking. It is getting to be that time. 10:30. Need to do more stuff with that too. Yep. Yep. Wow. Wow. Trying to decide if I should put more bottles down here. So it's just bottles, or if it should be glasses down there. If there was like glass glasses, I would do glass glasses. No problem. But because there isn't, I mean, we have those blue-green glasses, which are kind of ugly looking, in my humble opinion. Yeah, that looks good. That looks pretty good. That's the little liquor cabinet for the adult section over here. And then we'll add If we have any teas or something, yeah, we'll add a tea there. I'm just trying to get rid of this stuff that's in my backpack. Milkshake? You can get a milkshake. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Let's go up here. Oh, I just barely made it. Okay, okay, okay. Hmm. I have been streaming for 4 hours, and I do appreciate that you guys are hanging out with me, but I definitely am catching the cold that my daughter had, and so we are gonna raid over to Sargezilla, who is currently playing Enshrouded as well. He is also a really big Minecraft player. Here's the raid message. You can just copy and paste that. All the emotes are available even if you don't have a sub to the channel. They're available for anybody to use. And you can just paste that in his chat if you are going over there. Just a reminder, you guys, as I say every stream, the end of stream, take a moment, tell someone how much you appreciate them. True kindness like that is never forgotten. Till next time, you guys, smile, see joy in yourself, see joy in others, and never forget, you guys, you got a friend waiting here. Later.